There goes my first hour. That fucking sucks. Alright, whatever. We'll make it work. At least it happened at the beginning rather than the end. Well, I mean, we just recovered from a crash, so, install library. What the fuck? Hold up, what the fuck? I don't know. I just wanted to go fight the smokers. So all of my discs are fine. So apparently Ruina killed itself. I shit you not. At least it's only like 8 gigs of space. Discovering existing files for Library of Ruina. Okay. So, we're not reinstalling it. Steam is just being stupid. This borders on the amazing. So we'll just let it install real quick. Pick up what? What the fuck is... The fuck? Okay, fine, I'll pick up for a moment. RTC connecting.
Like,
Hi.
like, bruh, what is this shit? Like, you have 32 gigs of RAM, 1060p. Like, bruh, what are you doing? What are you doing to your fucking PC? Like, are you cooking omelets on that shit or something? I don't know.
Give me a minute, gotta flip this omelet I'm making.
Like, what did you install on this thing? I don't know. Did lobotomy memory leak so much? Is like memory leaked your HDD?
Yes.
Bruh.
Okay, I think we're back. I think we're back.
Alright, enjoy the curtains.
Yep.
Keep your disc buttered till the end.
With what? Animal fat? uh. Okay, memes aside, let's actually do this fucking smoke deck now. Nah, man, I went full bore. I went 64. Costed me, 3 months of salary, but it worked. No, it just went and refound the files that existed. So how mobile is Hammer nowadays?
Open the curtain.
Boom, 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 smoke, go. Wait, it can block? But why? Hey, Krios. I mean, I guess if it wants to, it can. Just does what it wants. Fair enough. And hey, it gives them a bit more defensive options, which is good for them. That should be fine. Automated movement. Actually, no. Undertake pre-script into Gig. Renger's favorite abo. Gotta love Renger's expression today. Where the prescript points. I noticed. If you use an ego page with today's expression, it just screws, yeah. Six to 19. Not bad. Finally get our cards online. We'll have the pre-memes. Yeah, that works. Thank God for today's expression on that one. Oh boy, they're all going fast. Oh yeah, we're a star of the city. They do not like us. Extract fuel into Kagig. We'll have the prescripts. That will do. They will be once I actually get back to actual content. I'm just getting the setup I need to actually do a smoke deck. Wow. And I was just essentially just dabbing on that guy, and he actually survived. Whoops. Gig into energy conversion. Slay into soaring. And yeah, that's a pretty big difference for Longsword. Because a lot of their movement pattern kind of gets crippled by the fact that they take things a little slowly, so to speak. They have to go through every step before they kind of go online. So yeah, that's a big difference. Study the blade to death. Now let's hope we get some books this time. That would be great, so I don't have to do this again. Rule of the memes. Here. That works. Meal. Well, here's the thing, Tamer. All joking aside, I honestly kind of disagree with that being the nerf. Not because I don't think it's not an interesting idea, but the fact of, let's be honest, most people who play longsword are just flat out not that good. I'm not that good. I can't reliably get counters off. So, you're basically punishing people who it doesn't matter to, and everyone else kind of just gets punished for learning how to use counters on longsword. Fuck it, flying sword. All things are countered. Let's dance. I mean, that is a fair point. Like, the traditional point of the gauge is there to... the entire point of longsword is that you're supposed to build into your next gauges. It's supposed to be aggression to keep up the pressure. So if there's no point to the bar anymore, that kind of just ruins the point of longsword. If there's no weakness in its kit, then it's just flat out a better weapon than other weapons, and that's kind of shitty. I don't need that as my light restore, but I will take it as my burner. That works. I mean, arguably you could say that Helm Splitter is supposed to be their primary mechanic of usage for that, but Helm Splitter, like, say, for instance, back in World, it was supposed to be a careful balance between you staying on red, then using it, then getting back into red. Oh yeah, I know what Odd 3 is. It's a groove in time. Yeah, which, again, I fully agree with, like, I am in favor of nerfing the weapon, if only for the fact of, one, I'd like to be respected for using the weapon. I know no one's going to give me respect for using what is essentially an overpowered weapon, and dude, it's just not fun to use something that's basically set up to win. Imagine wanting a little challenge in the mastery, because the entire point of Monster Hunter is that challenge to mastery. Every weapon's supposed to have shortcomings so that diversity is valued and, well, other playstyles are more valid against certain encounters. If Longsword just has no weakness, other than maybe not being able to block, but even that counters, then what's the point? Jin Mi Wong. Fuck. Well, we're doing this again. I think. Okay, we got some Wong, some Jin, and some Me. Good enough. I did see the deck that you threw me. Not going Singleton for this one? Can indeed. So smoking pipe is there. So we have a lot of light restores, but we don't have a lot of card draw. Like, the only things we have are deep drags. If target has 3 or more draw 2 pages. Health hauler then. And one. I'm gonna go with it. Since this is going hard on smoke, we go hard on smoke. It's not a bad way of doing it because apparently they got rid of every other need for a resource generation, so having something to spend it on is at least, valuable enough, because Helm Splitter is a meme. If you're not good at keeping your gauge up, you don't Helm Split. If you are already good at keeping your gauge up, this doesn't affect you. So, there you go. Though actually, I am curious now, though. I've got mostly smashing cards on that. Is it time to, Is it time to go fight the Ice Queen? Huh? Oh, I think it was time for... I think it was just an 8er at the time or something, or... I was just throwing it in just to have it. It's been a while since I've worked on Eugen's page. Also, hello there, the Hermit. Honestly, meat gear would be better. I don't have a whole lot to throw. Dimensional sections is bad. It is so incredibly unreliable. Wait, actually, don't I have a health hauler just sitting... Right, because I didn't have a health hauler sitting around. That's why they didn't have it. Give me a minute. Oh, no, but health hauler's bad. We actually don't want health hauler because we don't want to go over 25% health. Understandable, my dude. Fuck it, Razor Strike? Throw bleeds, maybe? What, grade 7 fixer? Either case, Snow Queen, here we go, time for pain. So let's see, all librarians lose 5% of their max HP. Do I need counter pages for this? No, only takes 5% damage. Oh, actually, yeah. Fuck. That's gonna hurt. Oh, that's gonna fucking suck. Because gun maintains, I could do that and block the majority of it, right? Yeah, that might work. That is not how that works. Well, I'm gonna be immobilized the next round, so... not a concern. Restore 50% HP. Wait. Oh, after all prisons are broken. Yeah, I still have to screen for him. Well, that's not happening. Because I rolled absolutely bottomed out. Fuck. Yeah, I think I wiped this one. I need more bashers. Because unfortunately, swordsmen, as it turns out, are kinda shit during this occasion. So let's not do that one for right now, then. So just to open up the opportunity to have, charge decks. I'm gonna go quickly get that taken care of. Warp doesn't even offer any good bonuses or whatnot to use for later. Well, let's at least see what this last bit of the story is over here before I go grinding for more pages. Oh, we're dealing with the thumb. Okay. And do you have an AK over there? What the fuck? Thank you for participating in the Thumb Summit, everyone. Yes, Underboss. It's good to see our families gathered up in one place. Let's see. We have 19 seats filled. That means all but one in the family have attended. That's the Rumanos cartel. They're still in the process of reorganizing structure after being attacked by the Black Silence a while ago. Still recovering, I see. Thanks for the report. Cut those friends off. We don't need a toothless mutt that can't rearm itself with that much time. Understood. Today's issue is simple. Take your hands off L-Corp's nest in the library. The Thumb will be in direct command of the matter from now on. I'd like to give a word of appreciation for the families that have shown so much effort, and... Bullshit! You have no idea how many of our members died from that! Our family already poured a tremendous sum of money into this! Who gave you the right to speak up? You gotta stay quiet when an elder is talking, pals. You know better than that. When a subordinate dares to speak without their superior's permission, take their lower jaw. Remember the rules. I apologize on behalf of my underling. Please forgive the rudeness of my subordinate. I'll educate this half-witted fool on my end later. However, I must say that I share their sentiment in all honesty. Why should we back out now after we've given so much effort? I understand how disappointing it may be. All of you have spilled much blood in order to earn your share of turf before the street relocation happens. I wish I could give out a sizable chunk of the land for each and every family who has gathered here. I really do. But the Capo de Capi demands otherwise. We have no choice but to obey it. The situation outside is going in an unexpected direction. A party other than the Index is involved in this conflict. The ones who pilfered our fabric. I'm deeply ashamed, sir. Don't be too hard on yourself now. I'll pardon your manners by taking only your left hand. Thank you, sir. Do understand we can't let such trivial issues distract ourselves in times like this. We must carry out the Capo de Capi's orders first and foremost. What is the Capo de Capi thinking to make demands like this? When one dares to question the orders of their superior, take their head. How insolent of you to question the intentions of the Capo de Capi. Such impure thoughts must be uprooted. Purge every member of the Night Owls by tonight. Yes, sire. I'll give the word. Talk about an impatient young fellow. Couldn't have hurt to quietly wait. The capo de capi has told me outright. The Index. Yes, our boss insisted that we mustn't let the Index claim a single area of L Corp's nest. But you, my friends, don't quite have the prowess to take on the proxies of the Index. Hence the orders to pull out. So we should save up our strength at the moment. I understand now. This goes to other Sotokapi of the Thumb and their families as well. Our ambition is not something as short-sighted as taking over a few blocks of space. Do you understand? Yes, underboss. The Thumb seems to have quite a rigid structure. The Index probably gave you a good idea already, but yeah. The Fingers have rules and hierarchies that I'd only describe as paranoid. The specifics may be different, but if anyone breaks their rules, that poor fellow is done for. Though each finger has their own way of purging rule breakers. It's all good, Hermit. Sleep well, my dude, and yeah, well, to be fair, they need some way of getting you to, you know... Every game has a progression system. Every game requires you to sort of push forward in some fashion. Ruina just has it where you're just fighting the same fight over and over again. At least it's fair in the sense that, you know, you do it long enough and you're gonna get what you want. And, well, unfortunately, you're in the city, Yui. It's a mean place. So that does seem a little much. Ah, you questioned orders once. Deletest the yeetest the entire organization. But who's gonna replace him? Finding good quality help is really difficult to do. Really? 4 hours? For what the hell? Should have given it to you after, like, what, attempt 3, attempt 4? The fuck? I suppose that's the strategy they evolved to survive in the city. Spot on. They can only survive by shoving themselves into a sturdy, unbreakable shell. And the 5 syndicates that crammed themselves all the way into being that core of that hard shell and stood on the apex of the backstreets earned the title of the 5 Fingers. Well, in any case, our job as the staff of the library is to receive any guests that come here, and the Thumb is no exception. Reload. Add random ammunition to page, draw 1 page. Discard a page with the lowest cost. If an ammunition was discarded, all dice on this page gain 1. I'm noticing something here. Their ammunition pages do not say exhaust. Good seeing you, Hermit. Yeah, discard up to 4 zero-cost pages from hand. Dice gained in this page gain +1 for each ammunition discarded this way. And they cycle in a lot of ammo as is. So, you know, they actually have ways of generating ammunition. Because I'm guessing that, you know, these guys actually have the logistics and the supply chain to actually have ammunition be a reliable factor in their combat. That's a lot of punching coming in. A lot of punching I can't stop. Axe above today's expression because, the priority list, if I'm not mistaken. I've grown so used to having the prescript on my side that it just feels weird not being able to throw that shit out. Shock round. Discard 2 pages with the lowest cost. All dice gain +1 power for each ammunition discarded. Thumb go brr. I can see that smoke, or at least this smoke, is having a major downside of, shit. But I'm just not able to get out as many attack cards as I was rocking before. Because the problem is everything is extremely high cost. I mean, I have to give you a conniption somehow, my friend. Oh wow, Hayden's actually at emotion 3 already. That should do it. Oh wait, I didn't get that die? Well, fuck. Nice. At least I've got backup for the next room, but I thought I took care of her dice. Oh no, we got rid of the bad move. How terrible. We'll creak it. Better chance of being biased into success. Is this what it's like to have a crap ton of dice to throw? Yeah, I have backup next round. Oh. So this has a second... God damn it, I thought we'd actually be fighting real thumbs here. Oh, I don't doubt that the base pages are good. But I imagine the unique thumb pages are even better. Yeah, play it slow for right now. Overcome crisis right there. Slay right there. You're a waste of time. Oh, it's bayonet combat, so... That should do it. Yeah, any singleton deck relies on Will of the Prescript. So having a 3+ card draw is... I could see that having extreme value. Because you may only have one of each card in the deck, but you know that you can get those in your hand all the time. Ah, rolled max. Not enough light generation there. Will of the Memes into Extract Fuel, into Gig. Let's go. Finish the job. And done. A lot of books of the thumb. Looks like the thumb mainly use firearms. They also seem to use bullets in various ways as opposed to the full stop office we received some time ago. These people would swing the gun itself like a melee weapon too. Like I said before, bullets are expensive. Even though the bullets the thumb uses are self-made, the price is anything but affordable. They utilize bullets in clever ways depending on the situation, but they won't actually fire them unless it's a huge deal. Does that mean they mostly use their guns as a close-range weapon like that, then? Yup, a good swing can easily crush human bones. The guns are made using pretty nifty technology and materials. Hey, all there, Lanka. Look. He was blinded by the light. No, I believe it. Once you have... Guns are very deadly. Anyway, get rid of the internal combustion engine, because that just does not work out. Remove that for class and respect. Honest? Because will of the prescript. Like, why don't I just replace Draw of the Sword? Because will of the prescript. Honestly, yeah, I've been kind of struggling to decide what to do for the index for quite some time, so that's probably the right call. At this point, probably good to just reverse it, strip it, done. Yeah, Index by this point has fallen apart. Look, D&D 5th something, right? I've already got both my Sayus being used. Let me check. Yeah, I can burn a Sayu. We should be fine. There we go. Well, that solves that problem real quick. Yeah, I got them all. Battle ready. Oscar's being used for piercing deck. So instead of using Oscar, we'll use Pamala. Because all we're really using him for is Dice Power and Piercer, which effectively is served by the same purpose by Pamala. I mean... Oh. I was like, they effectively are the same. No, they're not, Ian. Do not make an ass of yourself. Well, I do have that as an option. How diverse is the Singleton Thumb? It's fairly diverse. Oh, I know it's incredibly diverse, but the thing I was wondering is how many different damage types I have access to versus how much is dominantly Pierce. And it's very diverse, so yeah. So first thing is the pre-script book. Repress. Gig. And then the rest are thumbs. Really, the spear of all things. For card draw? Reload. Suppressing shot. Class and respect. Shock round is in there. Bayonet combat, and then focus fire. Where is focus fire? Oh. Honestly, I'd say yeah, because Sparking Spear has a very difficult time with just fighting people, so better that we can fight once and then have a counter to maybe eat someone up later on, rather than have two dice that just don't work very well. That's mostly a piercing deck. You've got the pre-scripts. Yeah, Eugen. First things first. Right, got class and respect there. Do I have any new single draws that I particularly care for? Nah. Wait, why would we want to add faint memories? Tailoring's been doing pretty fine. Though on the other hand, we don't really get more than 2 tailoring out a turn, and more defensive options isn't bad, so I can see where to go with there, kind of. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I agree. That's fair, that's fair. Though, should I get more decks set up in the meantime? Nah. Ah, there's a second step to the thumb. It also requires the Lu association, so there's a certain order of things here. If I'm gonna do Keter 5, I kinda need another blunt deck. Because I need a Yeet Yujin for the occasion and get a second blunter in there. Either case, I'll go bully the thumb some more. Also, get Epps to send me his nugget details. You really want it that bad, huh? Alright, I'll check what you want.
갑자기 불러내고 무슨 일이야?
You called me here all of a sudden. What's up? Remember when I said we might be able to lure the blue reverberation using a theoretical book of the red mist? So, you're ready to do that? Hold on, you aren't actually going to turn Gabora into a book, are you? I wouldn't do such a ruthless thing. There's a few things the red mist left behind, and I could use them to invite the red mist and her former glory as our guest. I think I could recreate her somehow. Though she can only exist within the bounds of the library, of course. So we're basically simulating her. I suppose you could put it that way. But we need books to invite guests here. What kind of books are we going to have to prepare for attracting the Red Mist? Books about Lobotomy Corporation. That's the deal, huh? I get the gist of it. I plan to limit certain patron librarians from receiving the Red Mist. Because she's too tough for him? That's not the reason, no. Could the Red Mist stomach wielding her blade against those she worked with? It clearly have an adverse effect on both sides. It's better to have her fight complete strangers, huh? The Red Mist of the past. Who knew that we'd be facing her in person? It's intriguing indeed. How does it feel? Thrilling, but also makes me worried. So I see. This was an elaborate plot for me to go get your waifu. Understandable, good sir. I can respect the hustle. The hell is this place?
네 모습을 직접
This is
보는
my
건
first time
처음이야.
seeing you in this form, Gibora. Gibora? What gibberish are you saying? Who are you?
역시 그렇게.
That's a fair reaction, I suppose.
그럼
Should I call you Kali then? I said, who are you?
난
I am Angela, director and librarian of my role's namesake. I invited you here. What? Library? Invited? Am I yet in another weird factory or some shady experimenting grounds? No, wait, that still doesn't make sense. I could have sworn I was inside the laboratory on the fringe of the outskirts.
우선 지금의 네가 누군지
I need to know who you are I need you to know who you exactly are at the moment. So let me ask you a few questions.
카르멘이라는 사람.
Do you happen to have an acquaintance with a person named Carmen? I knew it. Some wing must be pulling this bullshit trying to trample on us, huh?
그렇게 경계.
There's no need to be so wary.
내 질문에
Answer a few questions of mine, then I can give you the answer you lot are looking for.
말해봐.
Go ahead.
코기토.
Cogito.
너희가 그토록 찾아 헤매는
A book containing the
거기를
information on
원하는
how to
것이
obtain the substance you're desperately looking for is waiting beyond this door.
난 거래를 하고 싶어.
I simply want to make an offer. What do you
뭘
want?
원하는데?
I'm warning you. You try to pull any nonsense on me, this place is going to be reduced to rubble.
간단해.
It's simple. First, I want to know the current situation of your group.
대답하면
If I answer your questions, you'll tell me how to get Cogito for sure,
확실히
right?
알려주는 거지?
당연하지.
Of course. Mountains of books containing various kinds of knowledge are stored here.
산처럼 쌓여 있어. 난 그저
I simply record and collect such books.
알았어.
Alright, I'll trust you this once.
좋아.
Good. Is Daniel among your
다니엘이라는
peers?
사람이 있니?
그 파란
If
머리
you're talking about that blue-haired nerd, then yeah.
그럼 리사.
How about Lisa? She's with us.
있어.
에녹은
Enoch's corpse is in storage after an experiment on him went wrong, if I'm correct.
엘리야는 아직
I suppose Elijah is naturally still working there? Yes.
붉은 안개가 전설을 써내려가고
Must have been the
있었지.
red mist was writing her own legend.
에녹의 죽음으로
Time where she
시리에
struggled to
빠진
protect the
카르멘과
grief-stricken
동료를
Carmen and her
지키면서
colleagues from outside
고군분투한
threats.
그 시절 말이야.
I forget her original name, but I think it started with a B of some kind. No.
나도 안타까워서
How pitiful. Is there a word to describe how unfortunate... Michelle, thank you. Really? That was her original name. Oh, how pitiful. Is there a word to describe how unfortunate your situation was?
다들 조마조마한 마음.
Every researcher in Carmen's team must have been walking on eggshells, cautious not hurt her further with words.
앞에서는
They
위로를
consoled her in her
주었고
presence, but probably
뒤에서는
resented her
원망을.
behind her back.
말은 그럴싸하게 했으면서
She started the whole project with her convincing speeches, but the research showed no progress, and all they'd been seeing were losses and sacrifices.
선을 말하며
Don't you find her hypocrisy of demoturely portraying sins while preaching goodness despicable? The person we are missing from this running is Bina. Look, my patience has its limits. If you don't tell me how to acquire Cogito properly, then I won't simply pass over what you just said. You have no right to make a mockery of our efforts, or his sincerity.
자격이라.
No right, you say.
됐어.
Never mind, I suppose that was too hostile of me. I won't even gain anything from saying such bitter things to you now. At least you have the heart to apologize.
인정할 건 인정할 뿐이야.
I know when to admit my faults, that's all.
칼리.
Kali, let me ask you one
하나만
question.
물어볼게.
What is it?
난 이곳을
I've seen many signs of
여러
fixers while
해결사의
taking
모습을
care of this
봤어.
place.
그리고 그 대부분은 돈과 명예를
Most of them were
위해
motivated by wealth and fame.
하지만 넌 달라.
But you're different. Even with the promise of payment, you were willing to protect Carmen and everyone else in her laboratory. I ain't exactly a charity worker, you know.
그럼 어째서
How could you
그럴
do
수
it
있어?
then? How'd you bring yourself to help them unconditionally when you had nothing to gain from it?
지금 사람
That's
놀리는
supposed to be
거야?
some kind of taunt, or are you actually curious? I thought your behavior was pathetic at first. You had the power to earn anything which everyone strove. So I wondered why you would bother taking the path no one else would. I was looking at the matter in a simple way. You would take nothing in the end. But then I began to think that maybe my lack of knowledge is hindering my assessment of you. I thought my impression of you might change if I heard answers from you directly.
내게 남는
You
게
think I'm getting the short end of the stick, huh? I do. At least the other researchers can earn money and honor. What will you have gained? Can you keep doing what you're doing even if your efforts are unrewarded? Or a bitter end awaits, even if... Disregard that. Anyway, is your job truly worth it? The tangible rewards you talked about, like money. Nah, I don't expect any of that.
이 끝에서
There's only one thing I'm looking forward at the end of it all. Carmen's purpose coming to fruition. Pretty sure everyone in the team's thinking the same thing.
모두가 같은 생각일 거야. 그 과정에서
I won't resent them if I suffered something off or even died in that process.
원망하지 않아. 부족한 나를
At worst, I blame myself for being incapable.
이 일을 할수
The reason I can do this and become more stalwart for every day that passes is... I guess you wouldn't understand even if I told you, because you never saw it.
넌본 적이 없으니까. 그 눈빛과 목소리에
The strength in her eyes and voice. I suppose that's enough. Thank you for your answers. I'll explain the rules as a matter of form. The book containing the method for extracting Cogito lies beyond that door. To earn that book, you'll have to fight with your life on the line. If you die, you'll become a book yourself, and if you survive, you can return to your friends with the book in hand. Well, do you agree to the terms? You aren't giving it away for free, huh? I'm all for this kind of measure, actually. Doesn't leave any further trouble. I agree, so open up that door. You're trusting me more easily than I thought. I don't have the time to tell shit from shoe polish. I want to be of help to them as soon as I can. If it turns out to be a lie, though, you're going down with this place. Good. I like your composure. I was expecting you to be a bit more rampageous. Then, Callie, may you find your book in this place. You may control Bina for this battle. Bina's like, Bina, Speed 3. Bina has a unique key page and combat pages that cannot be replaced or swapped. Incomplete Arbiter. At start of scene, draw until 4 pages are in hand. What the fuck is this several paragraph thing? Callie. 1 light and 1 page per scene. When drops to 350, fully recovers stagger resist and manifest ego. Help do not drop below 350 before this occurs. Once per reception. After losing ego manifested status, regain it in 3 scenes. If character enters new act after having manifested ego, this reception manifested on the 2nd scene. Three. Counter die. Gains counter die at start. Choose speed dice with lowest value. The speed values of the dice change to the maximum possible value. I don't have enough decks for this. Degraded Fairy. Take X damage every time the character rolls a die. At the end of the scene, take X damage down, and yeah. Yeah, Gabora doesn't even have anything nice. Oh yeah. I was like, didn't I just?
갑자기 불러.
So, Fairy, Degraded Chain. On hits, seal a speed die for the next scene. Degraded Lock, restore 1 light. 9 to 20, increase the cost of target pages whose cost is 4 or higher by 2. Degraded Pillar, 3 Fairy on target. Target's current die cannot be recycled. Degraded Shockwave, mass attack. 3 protection all allies, individual. She is all ranged. Interesting. And she draws to 4, so she's always got something to use. If 8 or more damage was dealt with this page, draw 1 page and reduce the cost of all coming standing slashes by 1. So all of her cards get reduced in cost from what it looks. Okay, all of her low-powered cards. Level slash, bleeds, lots of cutting, lots of hurting. Focus spirit. Gain 3 strength, big block. Greater hit, so greater split vertical. On hit, destroy a combat page set on or another. Oh, what the fuck? Destroy a combat page set on another random speed die of the target. Mass attack. Summation. Oh, God. Fuck me. That's some fucking gamer time. So we have Roland, Bina, and Gabora. I'm very tempted to take field on Keter. Well, let's even get up there first. Just had a call. Looks like there's huge fights with the Index going on outside. The streets are gonna reek of blood, eh? Not just the streets, the entire nest is awash with blood. The hell is the Lu Association up to anyway, poking around an abandoned nest? Nah, I won't get stuck on Cali. It just means I have to make more than 5 decks, which I could do. Index and ArcCorp are already keeping us swamped. Wait, ArcCorp's out? Oh boy, ArcCorp's, you know, packing. Interesting. Most interesting.
게다가 최근
Besides, there's been an awful lot of distortion sightings around here these days. All those feuds took out a good half of my men.
절반이 당했어.
모두 뒤틀림에 대해
Seems like everyone's looking for clues on the distortion. They must have determined that the library sitting at the center of the nest has to be closely related to that phenomenon.
그 말대로 다른 곳보다
And it's true that the distortion has been happening here more frequently than any other place.
안녕하십니까.
Greetings, sir. Sit down now. As you have said, the Index, the Lu, and R-Corp are ransacking this nest.
그뿐만 아니라
It's not just them. We received reports that the Blue Reverberation and the Purple Tear are also present. Have a good night, Renger. Blue Reverberation, you say?
우리의 원단을
The one who took our fabric turned out to be working for him. I see. What do you think is attracting the Blue Reverberation and his gang here?
도서관이겠죠.
Must be the library. Several well-known individuals and groups fell victim to it too.
결국 도서관을
Whoever takes over that library is going to be the victor of this tedious battle.
그렇지만
But whenever we try to go there ourselves, the invitation to the library just vanishes.
마치
It's as if they're refusing to let us in. That was true up until now. We tried acquiring it through our subordinates and claiming it from others with force, but nothing worked. However, I directly received an invitation today. It says they have a book of the Lu Association up for grabs.
지금 우리에게
That's the book we need most That's the book we need the most right now.
리우 협회만
If we can find a way to deal with the Lu Association, then we're guaranteed to win at least half of this nest.
숨통을
It'll give us a chance to stifle them for sure. Oh.
언더보스와
An underboss bringing all his capios into the library doesn't strike me as a good idea, though.
검지의 전령인가?
What's a messenger of the Index doing here? It is a distinct possibility. They don't know her, but she might know them from previous life.
같은 소리 하면
You say anything stupid, I'll pull out your tongue.
뽑을 거야. 엄지는
You guys are always on edge.
오늘은
I'm not here to see you bleed today.
보고 싶지 않아요. 시답자는 도박.
And I reckon you aren't here to throw cheap jabs at us either.
칼로 언더보스님.
Soto Capo Kahlo, may I speak to you for a moment? I appreciate the Index for upholding basic manners. Go on ahead.
제 의견이지만
This is just my opinion, but I don't think you should go. You're most likely to turn into a book there.
책이 되어버릴 가능성이 큰걸요. 이 구역을
If the underboss managing this area ends up disappearing, it'll only be a matter of time before the Index seizes this place.
게다가
And just think about it. If the Index happens to get your book at the library, not only will the Thumb have a harder time trying to break the Index, it'll also put the entire syndicate at a huge disadvantage. Wouldn't you agree? Well, this is a rare occasion. A messenger stating their own opinion instead of delivering prescripts. I only have the patience to acknowledge the prescripts of the Index, not the personal ramblings of a mere messenger. Tell the zealots of the Index remaining in L-Corp's territory this. Once we've sorted out this matter, we shall pull out their teeth and tongues and feed them to the hounds as punishment for insulting the Thumb. Although you won't be alive to relay that message with your own mouth.
결국 이렇게 되네요.
So it had to go this way.
윗사람을 거슬리게
When one does irritate their superior, take their tongue.
심기를 거스르기만
They execute anyone who ruffles their feathers even so slightly.
상대가 누구든
They don't care who the offender may be.
그러네.
It certainly looks like they don't. Not even the member of another finger seems to be exempt from their rules.
저번에도 들었지.
And remembering what I heard the last time,
그게 중요한 것
the echelon appeared to matter as well.
맞아.
That's right, you have to be courteous to people whose position is higher than yours.
함부로 이름을
You can't casually mention their name or speak before they do. You need permission for every little thing.
뭐 항상 그런 건 아니고.
Well, there are exceptions, strictly speaking. A high-class person can theoretically lend the authority of their position to someone else, but it's a rare case.
보통 1급
Generally speaking, a grade 1 fixes on the same position as a Capio in their hierarchy.
계급이 다르다는
You can't even make eye contact with the person whose class is higher than you. Neither of those fingers are right in the head, I gotta say.
난 오히려 복잡하지
I don't know about
않고
that. I actually like the straightforwardness of it. Anyone sustained heavy injuries? We don't need dead weight getting in our way.
네, 괜찮습니다.
I'm unharmed, sir.
골치 아프긴 했어요.
Wasn't easy, though. The index is a bothersome bunch. Even a messenger can be a pain in the ass to deal with.
윗사람을 존중해
Those who don't respect their superiors need to be taught a lesson in manners.
줄 필요가 있어.
그나저나
Are you going to be alright, sire? The words of that messenger had a point. It may have been safer and beneficial for the thumb if you stayed at base.
더 나아.
Shouldn't you be worrying about your own safety first?
환영합니다.
Greetings, dear guests.
저는 이곳에
I am Angela, the director and librarian of my role's namesake.
흥미롭네.
That's intriguing. I had the director of this place was a machine, but I suppose that's not entirely true.
다짜고짜
It's rather irritating to hear you go on whether I'm a machine or not right in front of my face, you know? The ruling figure of a star of the city stands at a higher echelon than a soft capo, as such as myself. You ought to pay our due respect, Catriel. That was impolite of me. I'll pay my price now.
데니스.
Dennis, please cut off my tongue. Okay.
카트리엘이 실수는 해도
Catriel may... Oh, crap.
저희의 무례를 용서해 주시기 바랍니다.
Catriel may not be flawless, but I appreciate how she's quick to reflect on her mistakes. Please forgive our rudeness with this, madam. He was right about you all being sick in the head.
부디
May you find your book in here. Or may you find your book here, I suppose. So... Oh, Dennis takes point. Concentration, +1 power for first scene, Pierce mastery, so nothing important here. We do have the right to reinforce. Otherwise, Dennis is not terribly special. Summary Judgment. Discard a page with the lowest cost of ammunition was discarded. All offensive pages gain +1. So, not terribly great, but it works. Blood for the Bloodhod! Blood for the Bloodhod! Extreme Edge into Overcome Crisis. Two bayonet combats coming in. Can I intercept either of those? Yes, I can. Yeah, let's go Emotional Turbulence. Will the prescript for more ammunition. Actually, I can counter that to counter that. And then, I don't know, class and respect. Let's go. That was incredibly unfortunate. But it's always a risk, unfortunately, with a 17 upper. flame ammunition. I will prescript into suppressing fire. So we actually can have gunners. It's great. In theory, I can have multiple gunners. Of course, you rolled garbage, so you're of no help. To where the prescript goes. Into extract fuel. The guidance of gears. I cannot stop the focus fire, so I will instead... I'll soak it as best I can and then draw. Except you have no smoke, so... Reverse that. About the best I can do in the moment. Then I will the prescript right here, and good. And yeah, we're just not rolling high enough to counter a lot of shit, which kind of sucks. Shock round. And then, I don't know, we'll bayonet somebody. Bayonet combat. I cannot will the prescript, but I can sword. I can even do class as a part of my just regular drawing, which is quite nice. That'll do. I will admit, I don't think I'm liking smoke all that much. Focus fire. Loss of senses into smoking pipe. I don't even have a problem with it, how its flow is working right now. Or rather, how its damage works. It's the flow I have a problem with. It just doesn't feel like I can just get out a nice, you know, flow of cards. I'm struggling to even just, you know, get attacks out. Oh, you're dead. You are super dead. And they're done. So, Boris, Grit. Reduce coming damage and stagger by 1, including non-damage sources. Restore light it by 1 if current light is 0. Blunt plus 1. Ferocious Guard is... meh. Steel Knuckles. It's another bashing type character. Discipline. Dice on this page and the dice clashing with it are unaffected by power gain or loss. This last die is rolled 3 times. That could be good. Oh god, they're just coming at a single fire wave by wave by wave by wave. Well, we'll go another round. Let's go. Well, I need to start generating ammo. Pre-script that. Overthrow of the sword with the quick draw, so I can actually punch through focus fire. Now that I have some pre-starting light, I can start to see smoke actually having some significant value. I'm gonna go with Red Eyes. Red Eyes Black Wagon. Smoking pipe. 1, 2, 3 munitions. Well, I've only got one counter. Praise be Lou Association. Counter with a reload. I think their hand's fairly big, so yeah, I run the risk of not being able to counter that. Besides, I already have a hotter meme. Class and respect. With Prescript Wills into Frontal Assault, and I have no other sources of light generation, so we'll just sit on that. Ow, 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 ow. I'll actually give it to my support gunner. Letitia. That's about to hurt. He has no smoke on him, so we'll throw Deep Smoke into Deep Breathe. And work with that because I want a motion 3 for that book. No, you're not allowed to cancel my one-hit kills. Suppressing fire should only do what? Oh no, shock round does too. So then I need some bayonet combat. Into Gale Kick. Smoke. Loss of senses. Oops. Please stop bullying Hod. Ah, damn it, he didn't make it to a motion 4. Oops. Alright, so Callow. The boss's orders. Give protection to 2 random allies. Every third offensive dice gain +1, starting with the 4th scene. Well, every third offensive die gains 1 power. Starting with the 4th scene, all offensive dice instead gain. Upon taking a lethal blow, reduce all incoming damage, including that was activated the passive, by 25. Gain 2 power for the first scene. Yeah, I want his fucking key page. Lead Rogal. All allies deal 2 damage with our offensive dice next scene. Summary Judgment. Discard a page with the lowest cost of the ammunition cost was discarded. All dice gain +1 power. So honestly, he doesn't really have all that specialty. La Regal is just a good card. Oscar's page had Unrelenting for us. But Blind and Pierce Mastery, absolutely. Oh, Catriel is here too. Yeah, just not really all that good. It's never coming home. But Discipline ignores all power gains. Le Regal is damage, not power, so that's different. In either case, it just hurts. Stick a blade in him. Slay. Deep breath, deep breath. Actually, what we're gonna do is deep drag here. Throw some smoke on him because he's a toughie anyway. And then take a deep breath in the pipe. It's fine. Lung cancer is totally sufficeable. Oh wait, I can just class and respect right here. We're good. Wow, bayonet combat actually lasted. Bap. The well-worn parasol. Now I can actually use Flashing Strike without regrets. Actually, that's backwards. Flashing strike here. Draw the sword here. I'll drop a shocking round right here. Actually, can someone serve interdiction to stop that round? Yes. Fleet. Class and respect. Deep pull of the pipe. Trace of smoke into smoking pipe. Honestly, sit on your hand right now, because we're looking for that emotion index. Ow. You're about to have a really bad time. Bap. Lost in the fog. Smoke it up. Joke's on you, I have far more rounds than you do. Then we go... You actually have bullets. That's actually a melee combat, so we will go with Flashing Strike. Will the Prescript over here. Get some light back into the table. Kahlo might not actually survive this. Oof, that was close. Slay to overcome crisis. Firing shock round. Prescript. Finish it off. Oh yeah, that's right, he is unrelenting. He will not die so easily. Doesn't stop him from dying, though. How do you think they got that far in their life? Spam passive, bro. Not the finest spread of books I could have gotten, but we'll have to deal.
엄지는 죽음에 이르기까지도
The thumb was bound by their strict decrees, even to death.
숨 막힐
And they shoved the thumb's rules up others' asses, too, because they have the power to do so.
가능한 거겠지만
그런 규칙.
Who's making the rules for them, I wonder?
골치 아픈
That's a
거는
tough
그냥
question, and I don't think anyone has the answer for that.
쟤네도 언제
Hell, I bet even they don't know when those rules were established. They are much better than those zealots chasing prescripts in that sense.
부조리함의 이유도
Do you think they're dumb for following those unfair rules without even knowing why?
생각해?
그렇게 생각 안 했다면
I'd be lying if I said no, though I can understand them
그들이
somewhat.
못하는 건 아니야. 불만이 있어도 이유를 모른 채 맹목적으로
Certainly seems
따르는
pathetic that they're blindly obeying them, without knowing the reason even if they have complaints.
하지만 그래왔고
However, there's a little point in questioning things that have always stayed the same and had to stay the same.
있을 테니까.
예전에 했던 일에 대한 교훈?
A lesson you learned from your previous job?
교훈이란
I wouldn't
조금이라도
paint it as something as nice as that.
어쩔 수 없이
It was what I had to ingrain in my head. Calling it a lesson feels inappropriate to me.
그저 내가 지금까지
It's just an observation I made. From what I've seen, people who live aimless lives think that they had no other choice. You said the same thing before, right?
그걸
And now I got to understand it a bit better.
검지나 엄지
It's not that I understand the rules of the fingers themselves.
물론
Of course, different individuals would see them from different perspectives and judge for themselves whether they're a good or a bad thing.
어쨌든
Anyway, the warning that messenger at the index gave wasn't worth nothing. With one of the higher-ups gone, the thumb could be an actual danger.
그렇지.
True, the thumb must be bummed to know that an underboss of theirs is now a book.
엄지도 곤란하겠어.
그렇다면
Does that make the index the only finger remaining in L Corp's nest now?
그건 잘 모르겠네.
I'm not so sure about that. It's up to them to retreat or hold the fort.
판단에 맡겨야지. 우리가 신경
It's not like we need to care about it. Well, hello there, Hawkma. So, who's the first? The Burrowing Heaven. Oh boy! If you are prepared, let's begin. We shouldn't look away, huh? We better dispose of it quickly. You know, because I have to wonder, I just did that just because I wanted to. God damn it, it's not doing anything. And damn, no Hawkma pause. So, what are its rules? Don't look away. If a librarian engages in combat against another character, all of the librarians take damage equal to 40%. Invisible string of connection. After engaging in combat with a librarian, inflict them with feeble next scene. The amount is equal to the amount of combat pages the librarian is used against this character in battle. So are redirects not kosher then? So let's see. Okay, I think I get what it means by, okay, I get it now, And everything is counter dice, so that's, awkward. The good news is that then the first 2 rounds of combat are basically allowing me to just go ham. Oh god, I should have checked its resistances too. Pierce is basically useless. God, this guy used to be so easy to manage. I mean, just in the general sense, like, in lobotomy's not that bad. You kind of have to actively you kind of have to actively screw yourself. Just keep your thing scrolled out and you're fine. It's always your fault when he gets out, because you let yourself get distracted. Or you're working on him when you shouldn't be. At least I always found that to be the case. Ah! I'm like, I'm getting a shit ton of enfeeble, but I thought I was handling it for the most part. No, there's a distinctive reason for that. More combat pages you use, the more you get enfeebled. The more you get enfeebled, the more likely you are to... Yeah, so that is a problem. There is an odd case of having to hit hard and yet hard and fast, and yet don't go too fast. I am biased to win here, even with the loss of sense, well, even with the badness I've got going on there. Flashing strikes right here. Biases me to win right there. He'll wake up next turn, so I will take my chance to get some light back into my hand. The Guidance of Gears. Then get some strength in there, but we want Will of the Prescript right here. Emotional Turbulence. I do not have my light restorers right now on him, so what we want instead is a Deep Drag. Overthrow into what? Flying Sword's gonna be my best bet here. Extract fuel, smoking pipe, get back the lights, flying sword, Rush down. Get back all your light. I actually have to be conservative, so let's see. That should be kill. I have enough defensive dice mixed in so I can counter it. Oh god. Wings of an Old God. While this character is active, all librarians are inflicted with 10 feeble. I also didn't happen to know that, I needed the defensive dice coming in on this one? So, in part, I have some of the wrong deck. And I didn't know that coming in. I'm still gonna try my damnedest for the memes. Well, considering now I have a neg 10 on everything. I don't see myself winning this. I just flat out do not have enough defensive capabilities. Ah, they're both targeting my 2. The best I can do is start inflicting status ailments and taking advantage of any kind of chip I can get in. Right, they're all fucking counter dice. I forgot about that. I don't think I can actually win this. Not at this point. Yeah, no, I can't win this. I'm not thinking that this is possible at this point. I just do not have... I just do not have the capabilities with these decks. It's gonna spawn another thorn. And I cannot stop it. Yeah, that's a wipe. Okay, so now that we know a little bit more of what we're doing, let's get some pages set up. Smoke is just something I'm not terribly fond of, admittedly. First of all, what is a good defensive die? I could do Singleton Burn. Because Feather Shield is a part of... this setup. Where is Feather Shield? I'm pretty sure that was a Nightmare card. Guess not. Do I want Feather Singleton or not? No, I'm gonna go with a big fat no on that one. This is not gonna be based Singleton. Which means I'm gonna need a lot of cards that allow me to get some draw. I'll refine this deck for later, but for right now, using it for all the block value I can. Do I have anything that helps enhance the block value? Probably at least want to skim the precept, or prescript. The worst part is that, like, liquefied flesh would be... Oh, wait, but I can just get sweeper pages, and that should do it nicely. Do I want Keep and Stride? Honestly, Double Kick wouldn't be so bad. Then what, Boris? I don't have Boris, I don't think. Because I need to burn his books. But that's a terrible thing to do. Why wouldn't you butter your eyes? You don't want to miss the experiment. And I literally got no one's key pages. Al fucking dente. Okay, I got Kalos this time. Ah, yes, clearly I need to put in, you know, ammo supply 9. Nah, I'll just get the boss's order. That's clearly the right thing to God, no. Is there anything I can pull for, like, that last little bit? I guess Fervor? So needless to say, with the Kalos page that we just got, first things first, let's see how we can augment him. I've got 5 slots to play with. Throw in Fervor. And then at this point, he just kind of is, I can either go thumb and go range with him, or I can go, I can lean on his offensive capabilities. Well, I definitely want to get him a hauler set up, so health and mind hauler. It's actually one of the few times that Yield My Flesh actually has some use, because Callie's gonna beat your ass. There's just no way about it. So maybe I should capitalize with more support skills. I'll sit on this for now and decide what kind of deck he should be using. So first things first, with ammo supply, we probably want another Thumb Singleton here, so reload, suppressing shot, bayonet combat, shot combat. Focus fire. Class and respect. Where is Gig and Will of the Prescript? That is 2, 3 sources of light. Reload, suppressing shot, bayonet. Bayonet. Yeah, that's fine. Set as a favorite. The Page of the Crying Children can be set as a favorite. And then what would be ideal is to get another, block page going. So let's see. I might want to go, as much as I'm not in favor of it, paging for smoke again. I don't have more than one Emma, do I? Oh no, I do have more than one Emma. Well then hell with it, we'll just get another Emma equipped up. I'm running out of haulers to throw on this thing. But I can still do liquefied flesh. Then where is Blunt? Are they in Nightmare? That's Blunt damage. Where is Blunt? Power. Alright, I already have Blunt power, alright. What do I got for my current Emma? Right, Sooty. And then's why he's keeping in stride. Ferocious Guard. Defense order kinda sucks, not gonna lie. Actually, I don't need to go singleton on this, so... Smoke pipe. What I do need are sources of page draw. Oh, no, I don't want that just on one. Is there a block on one that gives me card draw? Not really. This should work for the time being, though. So what Hakma needs is my bastardized block deck, the other block deck, then where's another block deck? Kalos, I think, was singleton block, but that doesn't end up working out. This is trying to teach me a lesson, isn't it? I just realized I have no fucking, light generation on Mr. Feathershield, do I? We'll see how that fucking goes. Wait, but if they're all counter dice, I could just throw in fucking block dice in here and that'll do the trick. smoking pipe. That will do for now. High kick. Loss of senses. Into class and respect. Into deep drag. Actually, that's going to be roughly fatal. I'm not 100% sure, but we'll have to deal with it as it comes. Oh, that actually worked out quite nicely. Okay. Ferocious Guard. Let's go. Now, I find that to be incredibly rude. Please cease this thottery right now. Ferocious Guard. Sturdy defense. Throw in a Guidance of Gears, because why not? Oh, shit. High kick into double dance of except you can't and you don't have the cards you need to get anywhere with that, so deep drag. That will have to do. You really could do for some of your light generators. Also, Hakma's Index 3, or Motion 3. And here comes the fight. Ah, that's what you meant. Fuck me, I'm dumb. Oh, what? I think I've made a tragic mistake. Yeah, I did, because apparently I'm blind. So you can't actually attack. You just do not have anything to work with here. Two high kicks to start pulling out some of my goodies. And between that should be fine. Yeah, that's fine. If I seriously don't kill, I'll be amazed. Oh god, what? Sturdy defense into feather shield. Into class and respect just to get some light back for the next round. Smoking pipe, furious guard, the guidance of gears, into smoking pipe. Class and respect. That should do it for the round. That did not go well. Honestly, just throw out a feather shield for the time being. I cannot stop him this round, so we'll just have to deal with another feather. I also really appreciate not bottom rolling all my cards. However, now that we're in control of the situation, we can just kind of slow our roll. Class and respect. Class and respect for more light, then high kick. Mostly a Hakma job here. Fall like beautiful feathers. Guard. And then smoke. That's most of my best blocks thrown out this round, so let's see it. Trace of fumes, fumes, fumes. Loss of senses will be better if he does it in the back. Class and respect. Class and respect. You can do a smoking pipe to get some light back. And let's see how this goes. The damage is going to Apex here, baby. And done. The Floor of Religion. Abo page 2 acquired. Lean bloody wings. Once it recognizes that it has lost your attention and focus, it will spread its wings. Like an angel, its wings will reach the skies and extend towards the ground, eventually blocking the sun out. On a deflect, deal half the block damage roll as physical damage towards the opponent. Gaze of Others. Deal 2 to 4 additional damage in a one-sided attack. In a clash, deal 3 to 6 less damage with attacks, but block dice gain 1 to 3 power. That's what a gaze is. Attention, an invisible string that connects us. Sole focus. Attention and focus. Deal and take twice as much stagger damage on a reflect. Don't look away, just keep your eyes on it. Contain it within your sight. Yeah, I can get the theme already. Hey, Paradox. Oh, my back. Aren't you asking for too many books at once? As I woke later than the others, I have much to learn to keep up. I was always one step behind others. You mean how you have one foot in the grave? A trifling attempt at mockery. You know, all the other librarians here told me they were following a person called Carmen. You joined her in her research like all the others did? You're right that most others followed Carmen, but I was loyal to another person. There was a man named Iron who founded Lobotomy Corporation and created Angela. I had faith in him. Everyone carries some form of faith or belief. In my case, I believe that what he sought to do was the right thing. Roland, do you happen to be a religious person? Nope, I'm not sure if there's even a proper religion in the city. And the bigger ones are all money-hungry schemes in disguise, so there's no point in putting faith in any of them. Then I must ask differently. What do you believe in? What do I believe in? Getting out of this place one day. That is simply called a wish. Guess I don't have any beliefs then. I never had time to care about things like that. I had my immediate future to worry about. We live in a world where it's tough to think about or look back on stuff that won't be helpful right away. Dreams, or faith, or whatever. You're talking the talk. What do you believe in then? I believe in the eventual arrival of the world my scholar and mentor dreamed of. This faith is the guiding principle of my every action. Just what kind of person was he to make you his devoted fan? He was a man with a far sight. He strove to reach an unreachable place.
그건 칼을
Doesn't
하는
that
사람도
descriptor also apply to Carmen, or at least from what I heard of her?
다르지.
There was a clear difference. Sir Ian was willing to accept evil for the sake of realizing his cause.
말 나온 김에
Yeah, speaking of that, I seriously don't get that Ian guy.
없어. 애초에 죽은
Heck,
사람들
all he did was revive his dead friends against their will and play his house into the ground, play house in his underground lair just to satisfy himself. Am I wrong?
소꿉놀이라는 말로.
His deeds cannot be compared to something as puerile as playing house.
얼마나 대단한
I don't know how great and eye-opening his enlightenment was, but he left a huge trail of trouble for everyone else in that process, going from what I've heard.
너희가 억지로
I mean, you went through a whole lot of suffering in your second life as Lobotomy Corps Separat, and then Angela is still so infuriated.
다그 인간 때문에
It's all because of him, isn't it? He's looking like a complete mess from an outsider's perspective.
선생님은
He endeavored to reach his goal in spite of such obstacles.
어떻게든
He sought to fill the gaps out one way or another in order to endure the eroding life.
넌 모를
You will never understand it, his sacrifice and devotion.
완전 광신
Boy, aren't you a total zealot. They say blinds the eyes of the feeble-minded.
눈이 뭔가 나빠.
I believe I am not the only one blind with faith here. Can't be any worse than you, pal. She doesn't suffer from bleed or burn, but that block could be nice. Piercing deck. Yeah, that should end up working out because Pierce, Blunt, Primary, you got a lot of slashers. Actually, where's my gun? There we go. He's got Pierce Blunt, which both work in this circumstance. It's Slash that has no workings here. Hi, Ren Rum. I'm working on it. take the shot and hope that it hits hard enough. Hey, you awake now? I'm still feeling dizzy, but nothing too bad. You know, I'm thinking about retooling my strategy here that I think will work better in this circumstance. Back in the icebox! You know what? The other thing I want to consider is one of these key pages pierce resist? Yeah, so the page itself is... Nice. You actually take Callow. He takes Emma. And that will give him the best opening survivability that he can get his hands on, which is what's important here. Wait, what? Oh, did I not counter? Oh, that's right. I'm noticing a distinctive problem now. Given how this deck is built... It is not conducive to this. Okay, so that's a double non-hurdy on me. So we'll just smack that as hard as we can. Yeah, I just have to figure out the opening to get the rest of this going. Especially since seeing the HP bars, it does not... People who are in the ice prisons do not get affected by the cold. Lies. Absolutely lies. Oh, baby. So these are unfortunate, but other cards are now available. Now, that should be enough to break fucking Dragon Tamer out. Oh, son of a bitch. I think I just did that poorly. I'm gonna do it one more time, and if, yeah, this definitely feels like a fight that requires counters, and I'm just being, you know, lazy and not wanting to rebuild deck. Another consideration to keep in mind is I'm not taking advantage of haulers, so honestly, it's less the deck's fault and more mine. I did not, you know, play it correctly. Trace. Though me fucking top decking all my 3s is not so great. I will fully admit to that one. That's all I can use right there, and then I have to hope that 1 to 9 can block the ice splinters, but that does not have a good chance of making it. Alright, I've got the plan. Why am I not getting these pages properly countered? It's actually starting to skeeve me a bit. Probably because she's single mono targeting. Yeah, I was just being an idiot again. Da, 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 da. Yeah, I average 3.5, not 2.6. I'm being stupid. For some reason, I thought I'm used to having faster characters, so for some reason my mind was not blocking that. I was not feeding that correctly. At least she's hitting a slower dice for once. I might have lasted long enough that I can actually, you know, survive now. Let's give that a shot. Well, when she rolls dog shit, that works out nicely. Problem is, my lies is not working out in my favor right now. Yeah, that's a throw. Alright, I'll do one more throw at it. Definition of insanity, blah, 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 kind of deal. Yeah, and I can't redirect those, so what we're gonna do here is... I have no trace of fucking anything. Why not? Yeah, that's not working. Fuck it. I got a second Emma deck. I'll stop being stubborn dick now. Alright, so this page, fucking trash it. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Extract fuel. Burning doesn't work. But I don't have Cane Office, so that does not work at all. I don't have Puppet 2, so that doesn't work. Okay, better idea then. Counter dice. What do I have as options? First idea is, do I want to go singleton? Probably if I'm doing counters. So that means Will of the Memes are in there, and most of my top hand is absolutely stacked with high cost. So that will require me to start getting some light generation in here. Which will be extract fuel. Gig. Throwing a little bit of charge here. Because maybe I could chain that into something. And then rush down will work. Singleton junk setup. It is not ideal, but we will make it work. Except that also eats up my counter dice. Shit. Okay. That's kind of annoying. And that doesn't help. God damn it. Then might as well Will of the Memes. You know what? Fuck this. I just remembered. Trash all this. Fervor that. Oh, I know I can't have that because that'll be too expensive. Where is the Dawn office? Dawn office should be right here. The fuck? There they are. They're just in blue and near the bottom. Lone Fixer. No, it doesn't. So actually, I just threw my entire key page set away over something that doesn't end up working. Never mind, I'm stupid. Okie doke. Meat. No, because you technically have allies. Solidarity in... yeah, would work. Solidarity is she, if I'm not mistaken. Not Wedge. Where are they? Yeah, it'd be kind of nice if we could have a search bar to try and find this shit. Ah, there we go. That's chain link, you idiot. Workshop, there we go. Thank you kindly, and sorry if this is like mind-bashingly, you know, face against the keyboard level bad. Draw a page into Rushdown. How did that roll? Wait, that's right. If you don't lose with a counter, it keeps rolling, doesn't it? Emotional tumultuates. Slap with lies. Free will of the memes. Nah, the counter dice won't go fast enough, though. I actually do need to make active plays to, you know, bash my teammates out. Refresh flesh. Louie's the closest to breaking out, so we'll do that one first. Almost out. That should do it. And that's one out. And things should get exponentially easier from here. Oh, but they kept drawing their entire hand the entire time, so, that works out pretty nicely. The repressed flesh. Oh, you're double first kissing. So pawn shit. Behold the secret of the world, a fucking gun. So unless they roll pretty bad, we're gonna get Energy Shield win on Clash. Then we go into Energy Conversion, and that should be good. And it went backwards, damn. Uh... Completely random, completely random, completely random. That should be an assload of damage, and into Gig. Energy conversion into Gig. Into Will of the Memes. Yeah, with Roland, we've gone beyond just whatever hot memes are going on. We're just playing cards at this point. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, oh well. Did I just roll garbage for that shock round? Because I know I had a lot of ammo for that. Alright, that's the jobber. Second kisses are coming out. Suppressing fire. Into Gig. Rush down. Into emotional turbulence. Into extract fuel. Let's break Tamer out. And Tamer's stuck in the box with a 2. Bayonet combat. Class and respect. Oh, we have this. The only difficult part was the opening. There you go. Now it can actually hurt the queen bitch. Except doesn't count this round. Damn. Blizzard. Individual. Twice. You have 2 5s coming in. You need a double striker. So, how was the ice bath? The beating shall commence until morale improves. So get to work. You have a lot of morale to restore. Only bad guys can't have friends. I gotta do this. Learn. Replace all the dice with the ones on the opponent's deck. Okay, sure. Let's fucking go. You're immobilized and can't stop it. Think our... Nope, the Jobber actually does have some ability to... let's see, that 4 right there. We'll stop that with a 5. This 3. This 6 we can stop that 5 with. Using the ability of a shock round. So yeah, we'll go... Wait, no, if I do reload into Frost Round... No, into Class, I may have a shot of actually getting through that. Not a great one, but it's a shot. It's unlikely to succeed. And we have now staggered her. The amount of death that is about to begin. Much better. Sword of Frost. A queen lives alone in the frosty winter forest. Upon winning a clash, inflict 1 to 3 bind to an opponent with 50% chance. 2 to 5 stagger against those with bind. A Kiss. After winning 2 or more clashes with a single combat page, inflict Ice Splinter on the opponent. At the end of the scene, characters with 3 or more Ice Splinters become immobilized. The Snow Queen's kiss froze his heart, and he couldn't feel the cold anymore. Blizzard. All characters except the selected librarian become immobilized for the scene. Next scene, all enemies are inflicted with 6 bind. I kind of see that being a bad thing, but it's really not. Spring arrived with blossoming roses. Its warmth melted the Snow Queen's place. No one remembered her sleeping underneath. Hello there, Britcan. And praise be. Surviving in RimWorld is enough of an achievement. And to be fair, Glaive, here's the other thing with that. Oh no, you're about to do a mass attack. Fuck that. Just the ability to just stop. It really is more of just straight benefits than anything else. You can't pick it first, and then you can't say pick it and knowing there's a mass attack coming in, but you can see the setup and then stop them and then fuck them over. So yeah, no, it's like it's one of those red cards that are red because technically something bad happens to you, but it's kind of like get slapped. Get 10 power after you get slapped. Okay. But it's understandable, dude. Respecting that church thing. Go ahead, dear. Say something.
의미 없이
You're pointlessly wasting my time.
아, 그래.
Alright, let's all loosen up and start talking, yeah?
그래.
Okay, it's been such a long time since I last spoke to you two. You're afraid of us, are you not? You would avoid us as much as possible given any opportunity. I'll agree that I'm not exactly comfortable with talking to you face to face. Still, Hakma and Bina, you've awoken at last. It can only mean that the library is nearing completion,
네가 원하는 것은
and that you are closer to achieving your aim than ever before.
맞아.
Indeed, the one book, my goal that I desperately wish to have. I firmly believe that I will obtain it at the end of this. That's what motivated me to come so far. Had your nightmares past not haunted you, you could have relished the stability of immortality and unending happiness, even if that meant you had to stay within this shell for eternity. Yet you are still shackled to the past. You seek to break out of the shell for that reason. Are you not afraid of exposing your bare self to the outside world? Once you leave that solid shell that is keeping you safe, a path laden with thorns will await you. Your body will be covered in scars, and you will continue to suffer new injuries before your old wounds can seal up. When you are finally overcome with the urge to crawl back into that shell, you will find that the place of which to rest your blood-stained body will have withered away in the waves of time. And yet you wish to leave this place. I may get hurt or even go mad and harm myself, but anything should be better than the hell I'd lived through.
널 괴롭히는
It'll simply torture you in new ways.
그때와 다름없이
The fear will be ever present before you all the same, and it will chase you until the end of the world.
널 쫓을 거고 고통스러웠던
You must be aware yourself. Perhaps your sight has been obscured by the painful past, or you're desperately turning a blind eye to it.
할 수밖에 없는 거야.
I have to do it nonetheless. I will do what I can to gain vitality and press forward.
그래도 과거는
I'm slowly learning to forget my past, although that won't change this goal of mine.
네가 그렇다면 그런
That is what you say.
우리가
Say, dear, will we have more occasions to face each other and converse like we have now in the future?
글쎄.
I don't know. I personally wouldn't mind it.
생각하는데 너의 의견을
I'd like to hear your thoughts on it.
우리의 생각은
Are you asking for our opinions? That's rather unexpected.
됐어.
Forget it. That's enough greeting. It was nice seeing you.
오랜만에 봐서 반가웠어.
And she exits.
가버렸구나.
That was quite harsh of you, was it not?
너무 매몰차게 군 거 아니니?
I was merely expressing my surprise. I meant no malice.
낙인은 없었어.
제일 가까이에서
I'm next to her all the time, but her attitude's surprising for sure.
최근엔 꽤
She seems to have gotten pretty mild these days. She's willing to listen to what I have to say, at the very least.
처음 만났을
She used to
때는
refuse conversations, just straight up announce things when I first met her.
그것이 좋은 방향이
Angela appears to be changing indeed, for better or for worse.
좋은 일이지 않나?
Would you not agree that it is a positive change?
앞으로 이런
I look
자리가
forward to having more meetings
자주
such as
있었으면
this.
좋겠구나.
엔젤라의 말대로
The opinions of other patron librarians will hold much weight in the decision, as Angela remarked.
뭐
Well, don't worry too much about the lower and middle floors. Their moods seem pretty alright.
나쁘지 않은 편이니까. 그래도 뭐
Still, thinking about everyone gathering in one place, it's honestly hard to imagine how that would go.
상상이 잘 안 가긴 하네.
Imagine not having an ego page. Fucking Keter. Anyway. Just double checking. People wanted floors, right? A bong bong? No. Oh, I need the Book of Rose. Oh, I was like, why the fuck is Gisette not getting any egos or new librarians? Because he needs Rose. And the Book of Rose is the warp cleanup crew. Yeah, I was like, trying to think, does anyone want any egos before going? Well, not egos. Does anyone want any floors before I do anything more? Well, here you go. We have religion open. It's open. You want a random nugget appearance? Stop. Stop. Okay, this random's broken. It's only choosing the first two. You know, because seemingly Borked. Fucking tall girl or tall boy. You take up the last slot then there, Renrum. Any hairstyle in particular? I can respect another tall individual. I've got you beat at 6'8", but... fair enough. Look, it's just asking. Let's see. It still doesn't feel right. That's probably going to be the Gabora floor, because if it isn't Bina stands, it's going to be Gabora stands. There we go. That should do. And just to fit the ultra small. Okay, I'll stop teasing. Because apparently it's fucking gamer time as well. Remove draw sword for yield my flesh. Oh, I'm gonna get my ass whooped and I know it. I'll actually use my block pager. Actually, first things first, how does the setup for this work?
갑자기
Ah, yeah, by the way, this is the one fight where Bina's like, how about I give a shit this time? Yeah, no, I'm deciding how I want to approach this. Look, Bina isn't under your command. She does what she wants. So... a blocker. We're definitely going to be going into a phase 2, so we should probably set up for phase 2 to kick in. Nah, give you Emma's page. Understandable, my dude. You have a good rest of the evening. I could set up a second firearm as well. Where is Wedge? I think they count as a nightmare. I got 4 thumbs. Oh yeah, I can just yep, okay, I see what the I see me some memes. Snipe, blind fire. Did I do it a fucking again? Oh, you've already got cat code. Alright, you know what? Well, yeah, it's much later in the game. Do I got anything that lets me Alpha Strike? And then we will do... And I guess the double kick then works. Meat gear. Blind fire. Do I still have another snipe? Yes, I do. Don't believe I've got any more dinos, though. Just throw it to me on Discord or something. We will not go singleton on this. Thought gear. So, take shot, opportunity spotted. I definitely see why the business is there. And then fixer page for solidarity. Meat gear. I wonder if skimming a prescript would actually be helpful. Well, take advantage of blind fire, take advantage of nothing else. It takes 6. So that already kind of hurts any kind of build around it. I actually take that off and go for Solidarity. Oh shit, you saw it also needs a gun. Well, I don't have enough guns. I already have all 4 thumbs. Well, I have 4 thumbs. That's going to be more beneficial later on. One, two, three, four. One, I believe one of them is being used in the Keter floor. But I'm also deciding where that needs to go, so maybe I do just need to thumb that. All guns all day. But now I've got 2 pages I need to assign to the front team. Look, he doesn't even know what a fucking JPEG is. Oh. Right, he's unavailable for this. I forgot about that. Gun. 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 Gabora can fight it, so... probably better if the Gabora floor fights it, though. But the problem is, Roland also has the, has all of his abo pages, so that is a consideration to keep in mind. What are we out of? Oh, not enough Gale Kicks. Yeah. So Yujin, Emma, you could inherit Dong Wong, and if we really got to get down to Gabora, Kim. They're equipped. Gabora is willing to fight. She'll take the most killy because she's pretty independent. Fuck it, at this point, just throw every deck I have out there. You know what? It might be time for the memes to come back! Come on, Olga, you can do this! No, no, you can't. Yeah, no, that's just a meme. Let's not. I mean, I kinda have that with Emma. If we're on Gabora's floor, we've already got a problem. I am ready for disaster. I am not ready for this. Infinite times! I should probably have read that, shouldn't I? Fuck. And I got none of my fucking auto fires. Oh, I got one auto fire. I cannot outrun Gabora. Good. Face the fear, build the future. Ow, counter dice. And she's already gained a speed dice. Oh boy. Yay! Congratulations! We just walked across the fucking street. Also consider the following, she isn't even trying yet. Fuck it. Mommy! Bayonet combat into reload. Gun goes first. Unfortunately, that did not end up working out. Oh god, it even gets a cutscene. If the target is defeated or staggered, use again. Oh, and she's going fast! She's going fast! First rank fire, second rank fire. If she's set up to do it, yeah, I could see that being an actual problem. Thankfully, she just has an objection with Tamer for some reason. However, once it gets into our hands, I imagine it's going to get a lot better. How much ammo do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I use shock round into bayonet combat, except shock round does not give me light. So what we want is suppressing fire into reload. Because I don't want to overkill right now because I can't get enough damage out to really make use of, say, suppressing the full fire. Yeah, now I'm just wasting attacks. Oh, but I can stagger her. I'm debating. Because curiosity would be good to just get cards into hand, but I'll never be able to get ammunition into hand. But Kalos is also equipped for other purposes. Unfortunately, Mr. Pinocchio Boy is just not good with a gun round. Yeah. Ah! Callie, no! The Red Mist. All dice gain 2 power. Can use greater or split horizontal each scene. Resistance against random type become normal while arrests are set to endured. For every enemy defeated, gain a stack of the Red Mist, which boosts the power of all dice. If character fails to deal 40 damage with attacks in a scene, take stagger damage equal to 40% of max ego. Lose ego manifested status upon being staggered. The Red Mist lives. This seems oddly familiar. The best he can hope for is fucking focus fire. Summation, roll extremely stupid high and she rolls low. But that is, not going well. Oh yeah, no, he's just fucking dead. Because, yeah, 28, 29, 30, 31 minimum. He rolls 17 plus 8, which is 20. Yeah, nope, there is no fucking way he lives. Wait, but she's got paralysis 6. Still, no chance in fucking hell. Also, she's disarmed 6. There's just no way in hell. I'd have to be in fucking Reno. The red mist lives. To be fair, we saw this coming. Their job wasn't to win. Their job was to survive, was to get her exposed. So let's see. Yeah, that's about the best I can do. That will have to do because I want to get light in one last burst before this floor is screwed. Because she's only going to get tougher after this round. Oh god. If you got bullets, now's a good time to use them. Okay, second layer. Time for Bina to do the Bina thing that she does. Oh child, it is verily refreshing to meet you this way. No, because every other Sephiroth whose name isn't Gabora or Bina was not allowed to bully the Red Mist. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the best way about attacking this. We want to dump some smoke on there because that's just extra damage coming on in. And yeah, Focus Spirit is just not a problem. Except that goes first. And nothing has priority on that. So what we're gonna have to do is degrade Fairy into Degraded Chain. Because I want to break one of those speed dice right now. That should do it. Wow. Okay, that's hot memes, Eugen. You do your thing. Trying to debate how I stop the mass attack again. Fair. The problem is she's able to get all the light she needs to get her job done, but I can't get any light to do what I need done. I'm trying to remember if in a mass attack... No, it's summation. It'll just eat the entire thing. So there's no point in trying. It also eats up every last bit of light I've got. True, actually, and she is... Is she the... Yep, Swordplay of the Homeland, so... Then we can use that into... Flying Sword. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Mass attack right here. Overthrows, smacking the mass. Oh, wait. Look, I read it backwards. This is gonna hurt. Wow. Fuck. Well, nobody's dead. Wait. So if I use Eternally Lit Lamp, that'll force her to dump every attack into one person. Then that one person is sacrificed. She doesn't do 40 damage, and she gets staggered with 40%. Yeah, that should do it. Eugen's the most fragile out of everybody here. Wait, but Eternally Lit Lamp should... Fuck. Ah. Yep. Can I stop Onrush? Well, Bina actually survives Onrush very nicely. So I'm debating where we go from here. If we're smart about this... So that does not get the bonk. To be fair, most of the damage comes from the mass attack. Onrush gets mostly blocked. Those piercings get... let's see... that sword does garbage. The piercing may drop me, though. Where ideally guns go first. That's the best shot. Yeah, that's not enough to stagger. We probably wipe this. Yield my flesh. Well, that is not even going to have a chance of survival. Yeah. That actually might survive. Pillar kills the vertical. That one's going in the back. But gun goes first. The mass attack then should work. Blunt it going first. No, it doesn't go that way fast. Because as far as I'm aware of turn order, mass attacks always take priority over anything, then guns will shoot first. If they are clashing, then the melee happens. Yeah, because greater split vertical happens... Wait, no. So here's what we do, because I don't... On second thought, let's just do what we can. So, stop one of those coming in. Degraded Fairy. No, because here's the thing. Unrelenting hits first. Oh, vertical hits first, then Unrelenting happens because of Lethal Blow. Then Callie can't do enough damage to do 25 plus. The staggering will probably happen, though, and that's the problem. Yeah. That's about the best I can do in the moment, I think. I am looking for any edge I can gain on this. Get some light back. Not dead. Chain that one in the back. Break 2 of the dice. That'll inflict more smoke. Well, Smokey Boy is not dying. Nothing's targeting them. Chain will shoot at level slash. No, hold on. If we're trying to... Degraded Lock. Pop at the chain. Do a little bit of preemptive damage here. Hold on. There stands a no, because the block dice should be enough. It should be enough to keep Bina standing. And then, yeah, that's the best we can do. And it works! Fucking open fire! You fight to live, and you live to fight right here, right now. Done! How fitting that Bina was the one to kill. For her first, first attempt blind, that went well! Ah! That big red sword and the clothes the Red Mist were wielding were ego, right? As far as I know, the Crimson Sword was a prototype ego that was luckily extracted. It could only be created through someone's gruesome death. Only Callie could wield it properly. And her coat? That's the Red Mist own ego, manifested from Callie herself. Huh. That's how powerful manifested ego is. That might flip over the whole food chain of the city. You probably should have realized by now, but not all ego have equal amounts of strength. Rather, it'd be more accurate to say that few people can draw as much power from ego as Callie could. In terms of purity alone, the sword she used to wield was one of noticeably low quality, considering it was a prototype. Damn, that was supposed to be low quality? So, you get the picture now? About the whole relationship between the distortion, ego, and abnormalities? Yes, I'm finally starting to see it clearly. Originally, the light that radiated during the event known as the White Nights and Dark Days should have shone over the city for 7 days straight, not 3. Had that happened, every person in the city would have been able to manifest their own ego, giving them strength to avoid meaningless deaths regardless of wealth or social status. They would have earned the power to challenge the world. It may have been possible for some to lose the ego they manifested, but no one would have been taken over by their own ego and become abnormalities. Then the distortion is... The plan was throttled because of me, which is why the light could only radiate for 3 days. An unstable power was spread as a result, incubating other possibilities. Abnormalities manifested through the distortion are selves that have lost control. They were consumed by their own ego, so to speak. After all, there's a fine line between ego and abnormality. What's the prerequisite for these phenomenon, ego and distortion? Only those who strive to accomplish what they sincerely desire, unbound by any obstacles, will be able to manifest and wield the power. However, if the endeavor ends in frustration or is faced with such despair that one's ego is shaken and their emotions twisted to an unbearable degree, the distortion seems to arise from the overwhelmed self. The stronger and purer the desire is, the greater the distortion becomes. That's my speculation so far. Something doesn't line up. There's gotta be tons of folk in this city who give up their dreams and fall to despair. What if what you're saying is correct? The city should be crowded with abnormalities and ego bearers by now. Didn't I make it clear? It only manifests for those who pursue their own sincere desires. That makes more sense. There's next to no one in the city who dreams for themselves. Most live with a conformist mindset of just avoiding misfortune in their lives rather than chasing their own happiness. Be it the Wings, Syndicates, or Fixers. People are all headed to a destination they probably didn't set themselves. The power will only be granted to selfish beings who live strictly for their own good. Egoists, as some may say. Well, I like this outcome better than having unworthy scum gain power they don't deserve. So you sabotage the plan knowing that would happen.
설마
No way, I simply didn't want to die. I wanted to live. I wanted to take my
살아서
revenge.
복수하고 싶었어. 그뿐이야.
That's all there was to it.
계획이 끝나는데
It was meant to be I was meant to be shut down at the end of the plan.
너무 억울했어.
It galled me so much, so I stole the light and embraced it.
웃기게도
Because the light I'd taken for myself wasn't quite whole, I got myself trapped in this library I created. Along with the abnormalities, funnily enough,
난 기계의 몸에
the orders ingrained in my robotic body have disallowed me from leaving here.
그렇다면
If that's the case, you've been collecting books using the invitation for
뿌려진 빛을
is to retrieve the light that was scattered across the city.
너라면 눈치챘을
You likely must have noticed how something's different about the guests that have come here.
뭔가 다르다고.
내가 아는
True, they had dreams of some sort, unlike the city folk I've known.
묘하게 정이
They were kind of easily carried away by affection or friendship too.
빛에 의해 영향을
It's because they were
받은
influenced by the light, strongly at that.
강하게 받은 사람들.
빛의 중심에
You mean they were closer to the pillar of light?
개념인 거야?
아니,
Not quite. The same seed of light was implanted into the heart of every person, but some have greater potential to grow it, be more powerful than others.
장제력을 지닌 사람이 있어. 초대장은 그
And the invitation was calling them over here at the moment we needed them the most.
그리고
As we scrape together the incomplete fragments of the light, I look forward to obtaining a book at the end of the road guided by the invitation. The one book holding the power of the complete undivided light. It'll be the book that will give freedom to me and all the librarians that reside here. It'll let me live as a human. I won't have to bear with others dictating me to behave as a machine anymore. I'll be able to forget things I want to erase from my memory.
그 과정과
I guess you're not feeling any kind of responsibility or guilt for what you've done and what you're trying to do to reach that goal.
당연하지.
Of course not. I had to seize everything with my own hands. I can't expect anyone else to do it for me.
난
I'm going to cherish what is mine and only mine as I live life.
롤랑.
It's precisely as you said before, Roland. Everyone has their share of personal affair and woes. The bereaved have no one but themselves to blame.
오직
Solely for yourself, huh?
나를 위해 살아.
The patron librarian of philosophy, Bina, is now available. She also refuses to put on any other page. Bina gonna do what a Bina gonna fucking do. Well, then I hope that page gets better, because any page that... Unless it's the end of the game, kind of like Final Destination sword of some kind or whatever, she's going to inherently be eventually outdated. Also, I'll be right back. I gotta go use the can. I am now... My normal calm has been disrupted. I am now... angry. Anyway, Gabora, Book of the Red Mist. How do I unlock the Red Mist? Oh. I'm not allowed to do anything else right now. Gabora has to face herself. Then why am I not allowed to do anything? Is the game glitching out on me or something? There we go. Oh god. And do I need a fucking red mist too? Yup. Yup. Oh god. Okay. Wait, wasn't he Kalos? And you were Eugen. But yeah, at least Bina can get a little more now. Health, mind. Empowered first shot. Maybe meat gear? If I don't got anything better to throw in? Remembrance would be great right now, but that's not happening. Problem is, Carnival Emma is 4s, and I've got a 3. I could do grade 7 Fixer hold on. What is the majority of her stuff? Actually, she's got a lot of slashing in here. Full Stop, I think, is being used for floor 1. Wedge would be great, but not right now, but considering... Singular Strike could work very nicely for Degraded Chain, but that's not what we're looking for. It is a lot better than it seems, but I'm going to see what I can't do about getting something that I know can be reliable. Razor Strike may be nice, just shitting a ton of bleed. And a lot of strikes are gonna be bleeding. You know what? I think I'm gonna go with that. Just every time she hits, she gets bleed. Given that she's not aiming to clash as is. Hey there, Yer. I just may not have it. I need to go back and go get Rose anyway, so just said actually gets a turn to do anything. Yeah, because a lot of her stuff, especially when she's, just kind of firing from the hip, she will be doing slash damage, and bleed stacks are applied every dice throw that she, well, the bleed will hit her then, so, that could be a bunch of, chump change damage I could be doing. So, I don't see this going poorly at all. Oh, it absolutely is not great, don't get me wrong. It's not great, but it's something I can use when, well... It's something we can use because Bina comes in with low light. So if we're using something like Denigrated Lock or Pillar, just it's there to be used if need be. I'm not going to hard rely on it, but the other one is the Paralysis, which is a bit unreliable. It's nice, don't get me wrong, but... I do think that the Razor Strike is probably the better call. Fairy's not great, but Razor Strike will give me bleed on all fairies and Pillar. Yeah. Because Light Generation for Bina is not terribly difficult. It's her opening speed. Like, if Bina was able to get her emotion index up, then yeah, Razor Strike would become garbage quickly, because I could just shit out all of her better cards, like, from the hip. Alright. First rank fire, second rank fire. The guard do one thing, and they do it well. They hold the line. No Tamer. It's Callie. We're back for round 2. There are some full stop in here, yes. It's actually a bunch of singleton, it's singleton thumb. Oh no, Callie isn't trying until you knock her down to half health. Then she actually gives a shit. The first floor's goal is to try and do as much damage as they can before they're inevitably taken out. That should work. Well, actually, I could just do someone else who can take the hit better. Well, no, that just hurts. You've got bullets. I can just do focus fire into Gig. Reload into extract fuel. Class and respect. And begin the combat. Wow. That was a lot better than that should have been. Ow, counter dice. Ow, counter dice. target round. That'll take some real memes, but that could work. Callie going fast. Ow. 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 Callie's not there. Oh boy. In theory, we have, with a power-up, that is 818. And then with 3 dumped ammunition, that turns into 9, 10, 11. No. They'll survive onrush anyway. Oh my god, so much onrush. That's just rude. Come on, it ain't time for you to become the Red Mist yet. Just has to go fast, you know? Bap. Oh god. $360, $357. Ah, fuck. Well, it's happening. Lamarus is super dead. I'm debating how to throw the attacks, because again, they are not there to be survived. Roland's has the Scars page and the Pale Hands. I don't think they're gonna get the chance to fire. And he's got a 20% chance of soaking. And that's it. Lumi should soak unless she rolls fucking max. If they roll max, we're already dead. Tamer's got a good, not so great chance. He soaks 1. You're not gonna make it. But still keep some bullets out just in case. Gig will soak at least a little bit of that. They're dead in the back. There's just no fucking question. I think I will get more safety out of soak that. Bayonet combat goes here. Get a suppressing shot out here. That's about the best we can do. Oh. Oh, okay. Alright, let's begin. Denigrated. Oh wait, that's right. Slashing damage does diddly. Oh, that's piercing, so absolutely want to pierce on that. Fumes into smoking pipe. Laneth starts that way because of how their page works. That's actually not a bad thing for them. Actually, we go degraded chain into... No, that's... Ferry the card, take the slashing damage, chain the infinite. So yeah, there's no way we can fucking survive that. What we can do, however, is pillar that back dice again. Oh, wait, no. We want to keep the pillar for something else. Oh, yeah, right. Shit. Because that is going to stop her from using the pillar. Endless battle into overcome crisis. You have no light. Loss of senses into smoking pipe. Frontal assault, and you just kind of waste the round. Ow. Hell with it. Bina's the important one here, so yoink. Please fuck off and die. Oh wait, I just realized she's gonna fail to do 40% this round. So yeah, no, just fucking dive that. Because Pillar stops that. And then Lock will further hurt her light. Yeah, that's actually a really good round. Fuck off. Fuck. Don't like it, but... you're going to fail to do the damage you need, I think. Because Mass takes priority. Then slap on fairies. I don't know if that's a win or not. Yeah, that's basically the win. She did not nearly do enough damage at all. Eat shit, get hit. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. What? What? Okay. Yeah, no, she's still not in Cali form anymore. Just fucking throw some pillars, man. It's fine. I'm the boss fight now. So yeah, all is well. Give me the page. We're gonna have to do a third fight. Ah, well. So, the Red Mist. Legendary. Only Gabora can equip this. Unique ego becomes available. At emotion 4 or higher, the combat page manifested ego is added to hand once per act. Gain counter die for 8 at the combat start. Choose the lowest speed dice, it becomes max. Speed dice +1, gain emotional speed dice, okay. Oh, wait, not no. Nope. What about this? Blunt, 1 bind paralysis. Blunt gains 1/3. Speed is fixed at 1. It only chooses the 1, right? Choose the speed dice with the lowest value. Unless it means every dice of that same value. In that case, Jesus fuck. Okay. And now I need to know how the fuck to build the Red Mist. Does she have light problems is the question. Because nothing in her lineup gives her... level slash. If 8 or more damage was dealt with this page, restore 2 light and reduce the cost of other level slashes by 1. If 8 or more damage is dealt with this page, draw 1 page. So she basically needs all she can get her hands on to do the damage. It might be time to start peering into other pages then. I could do that, couldn't I? That does exist as a combination. She doesn't have singular strike except on onrush. Think the shear here? No, it's not singular that I want. I'm like... Fervor would be nice, but Lone Fixer kind of... you know what? That's additional damage. What gives me slash? That's the blade throat. No, it does. That does not work out. Singular strike would be nice, but that doesn't end up working out. What are all my Sayo pages doing, actually? That's a good point. Sayo seems to be really linked to a lot of people. Oh, right. They were attached to a thumb, to Bamboo, and Yujin. Though supposedly Yujin's cooked her usage at this point, so you know what? In exchange for the red mist, let's give this a shot. Where is it? Or does it still count as enhanced? Because I thought I just dealt with it. It's not here, so it's got to be Nightmare somewhere. Where the fuck is it? Oh, because it's equipped. Hold on. Or is it Plague? No, she's in Nightmare, but it's equipped, and I think that's the problem. Boom, boom. Nightmare, Yujin. I was equipped on someone. Except, nothing on Yujin. Never mind. It's a 4 anyway, so... Yeah, it didn't end up working out at all. Still, now I'm wondering why the hell I was thinking, why am I looking for the Yujin page? That was stupid, though. I will fully admit to that one. So yeah, I will fully admit to that stupidity. Problem is Carnival's a 4, so I'd have to drop a thing. But if we did that number, we should be fine. So I'm curious about Gabora solo at this point. I've already done Mountain of Smiling Bodies. Wait, what did I attribute? Oh, right, you had a hauler too, I think. So let's get a health hauler back on you. I think I stripped a health off of you. Or not. Did you have fervor? You had something here before that got ruined. Did I rip up something else off? I'm gonna need to sort these all off stream and just figure out what the hell I ripped. Right now, wedge works as you're using a gun page. I fail to see how this can possibly go wrong. Well, she does, and she also has the carnival. So, here we go. So, because she wants her emotional... Wait, can Infinity bounce Infinity? No! Enemy Infinity has priority over our Infinity. Also, the first round that the Gabora stands actually get to do something. Their hopes and dreams realized. Wow, I actually dodged that for the most part. Yield my flesh. Go here. Rush down into shoving stab. Ow. I do not have the meatballs yet. Is Roll of the Wolf or Instincts better? Well, the thing is, we're trying to not take damage in the moment, right? Alright then, if I'll take it on faith then. Oh god. Maybe? No, she'll just spear through that. So we want to counter that spear with that spear. Gun, you have no ammo. Hell with it. You're just trying to sustain long enough to not die. We are Singleton. Oh, god damn it, to claim their bones is a $5. And we only have 4 light, so nice. Okay. Claim their memes. And actually, I can just do that, and I don't need to focus fire, because that there's there, that goes there. 6 has to be countered. You can reload. I can't tell which is our Callie. Where's the meatballs? I mean, fair. Claws of Savagery. So we're already leaning into just taking fuck tons of damage. I mean, we're taking some negatives here. We're getting pretty beat up. Bayonet combat and hope to dear God you don't get staggered. Nope, it goes left to right first, so Onrush is going to hit somebody else. The first time she does it smart. Oh, wait, I have access to Great Split Vertical? Now, that kind of cooks off her entire light gauge. Right, I'm still learning that infinites can't counter infinites. No, because it goes left, right, and it will go... Yeah, enemy sets the speed, which we can't take advantage of. Enemy has priority as far as I'm aware of. problem is it'll kill the 7 or the 6 because it'll go 1, 2, 3. Because as far as I'm aware of, enemy dice go first because they set the attacks. Well, 1 out of 3. I'll save it. Well, time to manifest ego. Oh boy! I was about to say, are we about to stagger her? And now I don't even have the light to do that. And we're sure we don't have draw or light problems here. Cause I'm about to lose my my chance to meatball here. Yeah, no, it's... No, that actually isn't going to work. But the first part of it will block and make sure that Gabora isn't just sent on her ass. We're looking to block it as much as we can. Because Gabora does not have enough stagger. It's not winning, but it will block, which is what we're looking for here. Considering most of the floor is about to die right here, we'll see how it works. Wait, did I reallocate that? Yes, yes I did! Fuck it, go! And the wolf protects her, so this round is a bonk. Let's see. Laughter or Crimson. Not true. Should be able to also manifest ego, shouldn't I? Right. Because both are priority here, we'll clash with that. That 7 needs to bounce somewhere. Great Slice Vertical is taken care of there. Upstanding Slash to here. Hilariously enough, I'm strengthened, but I only have 1 real attack. So we're aiming to do it on the 6th then, okay. Focus Spirit, because go fuck yourself. Spear right here. Honestly, that 10's gonna be worse. Just take the most minor damage. Then that will be... Onrush gets blocked by a Great Slice Vertical. True, counter dice too. Though actually, wait... Yes, that'll go... Wait, no. Infinite goes first. So Infinite bounces on the vertical. Up at Standing Slash. Yeah, that should be fine. Let's see Gabora memes. It also breaks one of her dice, too. Ow. I have tasted power. Yeah, let's style. Fucking hell. Holy shit! Just casually 92 damage? Holy fuck! Fucking beautiful. Holy shit. I am not used to this much power. Okay. Well, let's handle this Nosferatu then. You're new. It looks awfully starved. We better be careful. It seems to want something. Kind of horrifying. It does. Doesn't really look like a monster. Doesn't it look similar to us? Fear of water. If character has less than 5 blood, gain strength proportional to the amount of blood missing. Thirst. If the character has 2 or less blood, use his special combat page. Banquet of Blood. If character has 5 or more blood, use his mass attack Banquet of Blood. If the character did not use the page in the first 4 scenes of battle, it will be used on the 5th. If HP falls below 50%, shapeshift next scene. HP does not go below 50% before this. Meanwhile... So, anyway, it's only the second trumpet? Oh, and she can vertical slice whatever the hell she wants. Nice. Still, this abo actually hits fairly hard. On hit, destroy all target... Yikes. That hits fucking hard, and he's got strength. So... let's not have Callie attack that, then. Plus strength in 3, yeah. Epps has no way of soaking that. He will do his best, but that's not happening. And no prescript is gonna save his ass. Spear, spear, spear. Vengeance on Deborah. Banquet of Blood. Nah, hit that with an onrush. Because onrush actually does more. That's great, holy shit. Is the will of the prescript. Bayonet combat. And that should do for the round. High counter dice. Wow. Okay, Callie, rolled complete shit. That is unusual. Alrighty, so let's see. She's got power coming in. Flying sword with overthrow in the back. Oh, no, actually. Flying sword with overthrow front. Suppressing fire. Yeah, we're just flat out not hurting Nosferatu for the time being. It just does not happen without killing his minions first, and our win condition is to try to get Callie awake. Yikes. Roll the wolf. Woof, 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 woof. She can't meatball at this point, can she? Because this is her third abo, so that would put her at a motion index. No, I think she could still meatball. That should be... And you need to get your prescript. Where the hell is your prescript? That's one of the bats gone. No, I don't believe I can meatball at this point. Damn it. Problem is, Gabora doesn't get enough light. in this circumstance if she manifests right now. Overcome crisis. Some into shoving. And you know what? You've got the ammunition. Dump them. Mag dump. Well, he's basically out of cards at this point. I'll just casually strengthen 10. Prescript into Slay. Now Prescript into Class and Reflect. Well, respect that, why Reflect? Fire bullets. Actually, if you're that light tap, just light round. Prescript, Sparking Spear, and Fuel. And no one's killing the bat, so you kill the bat. Oh yeah, there's a transformation that happens. And I'm supposed to be scared? Sir, you have underestimated one thing. We have a Gabora on our side. The amount of damage I'm about to shit out upon you is going to be astronomical. It will not be gentle. You will not have a good time. Good night, good sir. And the worst part is, they fully expect you to have red mist at this point. So there's no reason why you know... Oh. That works. Except I did not regain the light I needed there. That's actually a problem. Yeah, that should be fine. Because she still got 6 plus whatever plus... Oh, wait. It didn't update. Okay. Sure. It just didn't register the changes yet. I do need to figure out a way how to fix Callie's card generation problem, though. Fear of Water. Lose 2 to 6 HP when playing an offensive die. Deal 3 to 7 damage with attacks and 1 on hit. He seemed lost. He was looking for something, but he didn't know. But he didn't appear to know what he wanted to find. Wine. The selected librarian takes damage to equal to 80% of their HP. Other allies recover HP by the amount of damage dealt, split equally among them. Wow, that's garbage. It maintains human form, but a single drop of blood should be enough for it to shapeshift into a ferocious monster and spend the night in a rampage. Vampirism. If the target has more HP than the librarian, deal 2 to 4 bonus damage and inflict 1 bleed on successful attack, then you heal 2 to 5 HP upon attacking the target with bleed. And the thirst would never truly be quenched. Alright, Jamie, I'm looking at this, and my fanfiction tells me that the vampire should win, but all science dictates that the emotionally beat up person should. You see, the power of Stan energy is so strong that the emotionally abused lady is able to defy physics! Natural sciences needs to be realized. You know, something seems wrong here. Why do I have a fully realized, like, just short of realized Gabora, and yet Tippy isn't even close? Alright, I have gone on a bit late. So, just as a special, the Book of the Red Mist. Ego. The weapon that corresponds to the mind of its wielder. The sword Carmen gave me was extracted from someone by chance. Giant eyeballs were attached to the sword adorned with crimson hunks of flesh. They watched my every move, almost to the point of making me feel uncomfortable, wondering if this was some product of some new singularity. I asked Carmen what the thing was. She said I'd have to get used to it, since there's little she can do about how it looks. Although it looked creepy, it wasn't anything unbearable, and Carmen didn't seem to mind it so long as there was experiments to be formed with it. She added that I have to be careful with it as It was thanks to sheer luck that the ego could be extracted at all in its unstable state. I had a plethora of experience handling various workshop products, so I decided to take the sword without much hesitation. When I first had the sword in my grip, I didn't feel anything in particular. All I could tell is that it's a big heavy greatsword, nothing out of the ordinary other than its appearance. But then when I held the sword a few days later to protect a coworker of mine, I heard a voice. It was the voice of someone desperately yearning for something. Unfortunately, the meaning of the voice was lost on me. Rather, it wasn't even human speech, an awkward sound mimicking somebody. Noises of teeth grating, bones cracking, mingling with flesh. Some things collide, fall apart, and mix in regular patterns as if to mimic the way humans speak. However, that sound was too violent and sharp. The strong obsession of an empty one. Attachment, void, I'm not sure what I should use to define this. One thing I understood was that I only needed to hear that voice, and that it rang in my head rather than my ears. The stronger and clearer my aim to protect someone became, the louder the voice in my head got. Anxious that my mind might be consumed by the voice if I let it weaken my will, I tried my best to pretend I didn't hear it. The eyes in the blade carefully observed me as I fought the voice in my head. The piercing gaze persisted as if to replace me if I faltered for even a second. It made me feel hazy sometimes. The voice was only a bunch of grinding noises at the beginning, but it slowly learned to speak over time. Soon enough, it started speaking in a language that I could understand, though it stammered a bit. It takes human hide to protect human flesh. A shell. It kept asking for a shell. I couldn't stop the voice, so the most I could do was ignore it. Even though that there was danger in using it, its power was formidable. With it, I protected many a person and cut down many a threat. The voice became stronger and deeper with the more blood the blade drank. One day it asked a sharp question. Don't you desire a human shell as well? When I think back on it, the question might not have been aimed at me specifically. It'd only say whatever it wanted to say. It wouldn't try to convince or lure me. All it uttered was monologue, yet I was frozen stiff when I heard that. It kept saying something. Are our lives really worth the blood I spilled for them? It wasn't actually capable of forming such detailed sentences, but my head took it that way for some reason. Maybe I was thinking to myself. I denied its claim at the start, that I never provoked anyone first, that I only acted to protect others from approaching danger. But I felt a small part of myself waver from what the voice said. What will remain if I keep washing away blood with blood? A blood-stained shell would all be that was left. I collapsed for a moment, but I didn't stop thinking. If I broke down, I might be in danger as Carmen warned. Carmen. Right, Carmen would have been different. Nothing could possibly beat the glitter in her eyes that shines as she pioneers a new path. Those honest, virtuous eyes, even when someone jeered at her speech, even when everyone despaired in the face of an obstacle that brought progress to a halt, Carmen never stopped looking after others. She always take the initiative to lead all of them. If I can protect a person like that, maybe this place will change. Yes, as so long as I can protect that one person. As my thoughts became clear, I couldn't just sit down. My body acted before my head could decide what to do. I don't exactly remember what happened then. When I finally took grip on my rationality in a vast mindscape and came back to my senses, my body was burning hot. Is this rage? Had I been taken over to the point where I can't even see ahead? But I felt so calm, refreshed even. My head was cool, while my heart leading the body was aflame. It wasn't long until I felt something was different. On solid armor there was a layer of something tough and dense, but it wasn't fabric. A veil of mist was covering me. Astonished, I moved around and shook my limbs several times, and the veil dissipated soon after. When Carmen learned of this, she didn't say much. She didn't make a big fuss about it or suggest trying something with it right away. She only said that wielding this power is more important than simply manifesting it, so I shouldn't be lazy. I went back to work after leaving that peculiar piece of evidence. Maybe she didn't want me to feel too much pressure. As more time passed, I could use the armor for longer, and eventually got to draw out its full power. I had a weapon and armor that resonate with my emotions. Using them, I could protect more people, and I was able to draw forth more durability and strength. The researchers seemed to be struggling to make progress with their work, but it was alright. I believed in them to make it through. I just had to be quicker to do my job in the meantime. However, not long after, the incident happened all too suddenly. No, maybe it wasn't so sudden. The sign was there. Just around the corner, I could hear a child crying. She's sitting in front of a door. One of the two children Carmen took and died in a failed experiment. Unlike Lisa, who was wary and reluctant to open up to us, Enoch showed interest in our research, and volunteered to be a test subject the other day. Enoch's speech was so concise and on point, everyone was shocked. He wasn't afraid and wasn't shaking. His voice was unswerving and gentle. Enoch's eyes were not that of a naive little kid. His words and thoughts were surprisingly deep and mature. Even I was astonished. Sometimes I wonder what made this kid have such thoughts. His eyes seemed to have already seen so much of this world's despair and misfortune. However, there was still no reason to allow a kid to participate in the experiments. Carmen spent several nights agonizing over the matter. The experiment was authorized at last, though I didn't want to know what they thought of it anymore. What were they going to do, holding the hand of that little kid? I had to wonder if we were that desperate, but I shrugged it off. I wasn't the one to stop him from doing what he chose to do. You should have been the one to die, the other kid who is now all alone mumbled, crying. Her words had no weight to it. She probably spouted what she didn't sincerely mean, because the situation was too much for her. Yeah, I should have died. Carmen's answer, on the other hand, was likely sincere. Everyone stood still. A crack appeared in our minds which we never thought would crumble. Maybe we all expected it to happen deep down. Carmen's state worsened with each passing day, like a rusting nail. The sunny eyes of the woman who had brought us together were now cloudy, and she spoke less and less. Her voice was lifeless, and she had gotten so cold. She wouldn't have come to anyone's surprise if she died at that moment. She didn't even bother to look okay. I think it was better that way. Everyone in the laboratory felt constrained in her presence. They viewed Carmen in different ways. Reproachful looks of those resenting her for bringing them so far, only to let go of her responsibility. Concerned looks of those worried that something might happen to her, and I guess there were some who had no thoughts. And the research went on quietly, but not for long. A few days later, Carmen spilled out all the guilt within her and plunged into it, never to come back up. The Red Mist, everybody. In either case, I'm hanging up my hat. I'm gonna be doing Monster Hunter on Friday instead of Ruina, which is why we were doing it today. Either case, let's go see who's still on right now. Let's see. Well, no one's really doing Ruina. So let's see. Let's see what this person's doing. If anyone has any raid targets, though, I'd be more than happy to throw them their way, too. Well, first, I gotta make sure the online works, because I have been woefully unattentive with my Switch. Alright, let's try this, lobotomy streamer. Because I've got no one else really doing anything right now. Hold on, actually. What are you doing? Yeah, I'll just throw it over to this Ruina lad. No, not Ruina, I mean, lobotomy, bleh. That is not correct. Not the right person. Huh. So they won't allow me to put in the username in its proper Japanese, but I'm also not allowed to do it in English. That's, That's curious. Well, okay. Anyone got a raid target in mind? Let's see. There's some people who are doing Rise. Not Rise World. Yeah, that should tell you how much I've been treating myself okayly. Okay, I actually was looking in the world category, and I just learned something very interesting about Twitch. Turns out that the escapist, apparently with 31, gets to override everybody else. So are they like sponsored channels or something? Not the world. It's world, you fool. Probably boosted or something. Either case, let's see how this lad's doing. Oh. And looks like he's finishing up for the day. So you know what? Hell with it. I'll just throw it over to a speedrunner that I know. Forwards and onwards, friends. Forwards and onwards.